Hey, good morning, everybody. I hope you're all. Oh, jeez. Sorry about that. I hope you're all doing well today. It is just about 3 o'clock here in the West Coast, so we got a little bit of a late start today. You'll have to forgive me. I ended up actually taking a pretty bit of a sleep yesterday, so I kind of slept a lot. But we are back. Today we're doing a little bit of co-working to start out. I got some stuff to kind of manage and get going. But beyond that, I don't know, we'll see what ends up happening. So I hope everybody's doing well. And we will just get right into it. So. Alright, so good morning, good morning. Oh God, who's talking to me? Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. If you're just tuning in, it's about 3:15 here in the West Coast, and right now, kind of just doing a little bit of co-work, kind of just vibing, hanging out. I might be doing some games later, maybe. See how tonight goes. Let's see. But yeah, we're just hanging out. So welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hello. What's going on?
Your local Ashley
Oh
store is
yeah.
now offering
Cool.
0%
Well, good
interest for 6
morning.
years on all Tempur-Pedic.
How you doing today? Oh no. What's wrong? What happened? Wow. Is oh, I think I remember you mentioning a little bit about it the other day. Uh, yeah. Well, so was that last night then? You just ended that, or did you just do it right now? Oh, I see. Well, oh, I see. And then he gives, or seemingly gives that attention to other people. Yeah. With that certain. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Did you, like, bring that up? Did you talk to him about that? Like, just ignores it or just says you're crazy or whatever and doesn't talk about it? Hmm. Well, yeah. Well, my friend, I can tell you that actions definitely speak louder than words. If he's, uh, I mean, granted, I'm just some asshole that doesn't really know anything about you two at all, so forgive me if I'm just kind of speaking and not really hitting anything on the head at all, but um, that behavior does kind of tend to, I mean, I would believe that something weird might be going on, or maybe not like actively, but it is a weird situation. Because especially if it's just one person specifically that he's pretty much, spending that time with and almost lying to you about, like, oh, I'm going to bed, or this or that. But then you see him up with that individual. Um, if you're not so much confronting him, but like just talking about it, and he immediately shuts it down and hangs up and ignores you. Uh, I mean, those are all things that are very valid to be like concerned about. Um, mhm. Well, yeah. No, at that point, it, I mean, it's hard to say, oh, I need space from everybody and everything, but then, I mean, when the signs kind of say that he just needs to get away from, I mean, forgive me, I don't mean to just sound like a dick saying it bluntly, but being away from you, like that's kind of weird. That it would make me feel like something else was going on. Um, how often do you guys like hang out and see each other and do all that? Okay. And so every 2 weeks he's able to turn it on and be be present for however long you guys are together, but then in between those times he kind of just doesn't really acknowledge you, or doesn't mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you usually sorry, do you usually like have to initiate the contacting first? Like, is it kind of, do you feel like it might be a little one-sided, or is he uh, like with the messaging and whatnot, pretty kind of like every day, consistently, at least checking in to some degree? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I can tell you that, I mean, even just in general, the situation, from what it sounds like, your feelings are completely valid with that. That's very weird behavior, and like, I don't know, it might be something if he was generally hanging out with everyone in that group and was just, super social or whatever, and it wasn't one person in particular that he was seeming to ditch you for. Um, and I mean, mixed with kind of the fact that it sounds a little more one-sided than anything. Um, I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I wouldn't sit here and just fill your head with shit that's gonna make you worry or doubtful. But I can tell you that what you seem to be feeling right now is not your fault. Like, it's not something. I mean, that those are valid emotions. I would be feeling the same way. Uh, and plus, coupled with the fact that you've brought it up to him a couple times, and I'm assuming, being your boyfriend, he probably, he knows about the BPD, and those, he knows about what can make you upset and triggering. And if he's knowingly doing these things and then kind of just dismissing your emotions about it, hanging up on you, and just kind of just using you as it's almost like you're an old sweater in a closet. Like, when he doesn't want to talk to you and it's not convenient for him, maybe he doesn't really talk to you. But, I don't know. That's a hard situation. Um, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I mean, that's good. And, it's good to give our partner space and, they can have friends and whatnot. But, uh, just with the context of everything, it kind of sounds like he knows you're gonna be available whenever it suits him. And, like, he can, if he doesn't want to be around you, he can go talk to somebody else, and this woman in particular, um, and like it, even if it makes you feel bad, he knows that he can just hang up on you, and you'll be there waiting for him whenever he wants to, you know, turn on that role again. I don't know. It's um well, I guess that depends on how he approaches that. I mean, uh, is he genuinely sorry, do you think, or do you think he kind of just feeds you a little bit of like validation at times and tells you what you want to hear just to keep you around? Mhm. Yeah. Well, sorry is kind of like the eraser on a pencil. Um, the more you use it, the smaller it gets and the less it means after a while. And especially if it's the same mistake over and over and over. After a while, it's not a mistake anymore. It's a conscious action that sorry is just putting a band-aid over. Um, yeah, actions speak louder than words. And I know that's a cliche Hallmark gift card bullshit kind of thing to say, but it's really true. Um, love is, at the end of the day, if there's no emotion behind it, it's a pretty useless word. And your actions, it doesn't sound like his actions are portraying any kind of love at all. It sounds like you might just kind of be something he turns to, or anything like that, when it's convenient, or when it suits him to whatever degree. Uh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is if he's just ignoring, and like, you go to him with your valid concerns, and it doesn't sound like you run off the bat immediately screaming at him, calling him a dick or anything. Like, it sounds like you obviously try to have a calm conversation about just what you're feeling. Um, and if that's met with either no, you're wrong, you're just invalidation, or hanging up on you and ignoring you, like that that's not okay. Like, it shouldn't, that shouldn't be how things work. Um, Yeah. I mean, it sounds like the situation could be one where a lot of like gaslighting tendencies could happen because he's acting one way from everything you've described. Like he's acting very suspicious and like I don't know, especially if he's super guarding over his phone and like being private. And not that we're encouraging, you know, the behavior of like going through your partner's phone every second of the day and like, you know, just hounding. Like obviously that's a problem too, but um, like he shouldn't have anything to hide if there's nothing going on. um, I don't, yeah, no, well, you know, part of being part of a community like this is knowing how our mind can kind of perceive things and um, sometimes trick us. So like I do uh, like I applaud you for, you know, trying to really think through things and not acting based off of your initial like emotions and reactions, because I know that this situation is probably making you feel a whole lot of very conflicting, not so great things. So I mean, it's good that you're trying to, you know, really think through every aspect of things and make sure that things, you know, make sure that your perception is right. Um, but I'd say that with that, I'm hoping you're not just writing off your emotions because you have these mental afflictions and because this kind of thing is you know, going on. You, I mean, these are some pretty valid things to be concerned about, whether you have BPD or whether you're quote unquote, you know, good and not, you know, you don't have any afflictions at all. This is something that would make anyone feel pretty uneasy. And again, especially if you try to talk to him about it and you're shut down and hung up on, and then, you know, kind of just at his disposal, he can come back and say sorry, and you know, you're just always there waiting for him. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't. I'm sorry, what? Go ahead. I wouldn't. I wouldn't say you're overreacting. If anything, I feel like you're maybe underreacting a little bit. Um, and that's not judging you, telling you to go like have a fight with them or anything, but you know, if we're at a point where we're ignoring some very prevalent emotions and feelings that another person is causing us, and you know, we're trying to address them in a healthy way by talking and conveying what we feel, and we're, you know, you're obviously doing work to try and not just let this take over your, you know, your perception and just run with it. You're really trying to see it from a mature and logical point of view, uh, but that can only go so far. You, if you're just met with nothing in return, and again, just kind of being used as an old sweatshirt, picked up when it's convenient for him and when he's cold, but when he's not, then you know, you're just kind of tossed to the side and not really worth paying attention to, then yes, that's a very valid emotion and a very valid concern to have. Mhm. Do you think that, well, I mean, by his actions, it kind of feels like he knows that. Um, yeah, and I mean, I don't know. It, yeah, and at the end of the day, he's like, I don't know. He's kind of reiterating a basic concept that he can do or say and kind of be whatever he wants to be while expecting you to be like okay with it. And if there's any problems or any kind of um, you know, bad feelings, that you can just ignore them until you either tell yourself that it's your fault, or until you just accept it and, you know, don't even acknowledge them. Uh, because I feel like he does know, you know, he knows you're sitting here right now second guessing yourself, and he knows that, you know, you are seeing things as if you're the problem. And I mean, it sounds like he's just kind of running with that while getting to do whatever he wants. Um, I'm sorry. It's hard because I don't, in these, you know, things, it's really hard to say certain things, and because I sound like the person that's just saying, yeah, girl, dump that man, you an independent woman who don't need no man. Like, that's not that's not the foundation or the message I'm trying to send. But you you are valid. These emotions and these feelings, no matter what they are, I mean, they're valid and they're there for a reason. And especially if, he knows what causes these emotions, and he knows kind of how you think and what might be setting triggers off one way or the other. And he's maybe not purposely, but he's just doing them regardless, and he doesn't really seem to care that he's doing them. That's a problem. And coming back to you every few days and crying and saying sorry while continuing to do the same things, and all that. Like you said, there's no change, and there's no attempt to fix things beyond him just coming back to you and crying sorry. That's not fixing things. That's not putting in effort. That's just saying sorry over and over and over again. That's hmm yeah. I mean, it's easy to play a part, and you can turn it on maybe every time you guys are hanging out or whatever. It sounds like you can turn it on and be present and play a role. But I learned a long time ago that there's a difference between what a person can't do and what a person chooses not to do. Um, and I mean, I don't know. I don't know him specifically. I don't know the ins and outs of everything. So forgive me if I'm kind of just talking offhand and don't really know what I'm saying. But it sounds like he knows what he can do. He knows what he's doing and how it's affecting you and the relationship. And beyond saying sorry and, saying the right words to apologize, it doesn't sound like he's putting in actual effort or cares to put in the effort to actually make these things better. And I mean, that's really what that's what a healthy relationship should be. I mean, um, you guys are a team. That should be a two-way street. What uh, what he feels and what the problems he experiences, you're there to help him through, and how you feel and the problems that you have and experiences, he should be there to help you through, especially if you're causing things for each other, which he's causing these kind of problems and these doubts in your mind. And instead of listening to him and saying, hey babe, yeah, no, I completely understand that this is what's going on, would you like to maybe, like, you can be in the call next time, let's play a game, I'll take a little break from the group, maybe. I mean, if it came to it, like, yeah, here, read my messages to this person, like, here, you can see right now that nothing's going on. Like, there's very, very, I wouldn't say easy, but there are simple things that could really take away a lot of your doubt and concern, and you know, not have you swimming in your head about all of this. And the fact that he's choosing not to do those things is definitely concerning. Um, mhm. Yeah, but I do understand how autism would potentially um, maybe make a certain, you know, certain things not be perceptive to some people, and how, you know, maybe things are just a little different in his head and he might not realize it exactly. Um, but beyond social cues and, you know, the realizing of boundaries and whatnot, um, even an affliction like autism, uh, it can't be a crutch that you just allow him to, and I mean, you can't just forgive him for anything and everything just because of autism. Like, it's not an excuse that allows somebody to do whatever they want. And I know I sound like a dick saying that because it's a hard thing to come over, and it's not easy. I'm not saying that, you know, it's something like that, but at the end of the day, there is still a very basic uh, concept that he probably knows, at least at a very basic level, what's right and wrong. Uh, I mean, if you were doing this, if the situation was reversed, I mean, if you go into that room and you're talking to a guy all night and ignoring him and hanging up on him, uh, and, you know, doing all that, he would feel bad, and he would probably be feeling a lot of the same emotions. And so, in that sense, he knows that those actions and those behaviors do cause someone to feel upset. So, even if he can't understand, you know, maybe the whole picture of exactly what these things make you feel, he knows that they're making you feel bad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, it could be. How do you think he would react if it was reversed, though? Like, because I mean, even now, you've explained to him, and, you know, maybe even in the moment, his initial actions and, you know, what he's thinking might not be that he's hurting you or doing this or doing that, but you've explained it to him, and you've told him, I'm assuming, probably more than, you know, once or twice, that, you know, these kind of things do make you feel a certain way. Uh, and So even with the autism, initially, he knows what he's doing. Um, I mean, again, I know it's a little different with the autism and how, you know, the cues and whatnot, it can kind of make someone maybe not realize certain things, but um, again, that's not necessarily an excuse for every situation, and you just need to forgive him because he's autistic. There's autistic pieces of shit out there, just as there's, you know, people who aren't autistic that are pieces of shit out there. See, there you go. You know, you're thinking through it all these things rationally. You seem to have an awareness of, at least, a lot of the basics and the foundation of these concepts that are causing you to feel this way, and the fact that you are always kind of thinking and trying to pay attention to how he's feeling and how certain, actions or whatnot make him feel, how he responds to them. You're capable of doing this, and you're actively trying to approach things in a way that you're thinking through it all clearly and logically. So being autistic yourself, you can, probably look at him and say, not that two people are the same and every case of autism is the same. And I know that's not true, but yeah. Well, even then, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't mean to just talk at you about everything and tell you how to feel or what to do. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I hear that you're just doubting yourself a lot, and due to one thing or another, he doesn't seem to really be caring or want to care about that. So, I mean, mhm. Oh, no, it's okay. I can type it up and send it to you in the mail if you want. But yeah, I know it is a lot. You'll have to forgive me. I'm very talky. um, but I know I can hear it. I can hear it in you that a lot of your brain is putting this on you and trying to figure out what you're doing wrong and doubting your own emotions. And, it kind of sounds like you want to keep him so much that as long as he's around, you don't care what he's doing, even if he's not really caring for you or being the kind of boyfriend that you need, the kind of support that you need. um, and due to how he responds to things, you kind of just seem to put everything back on you and what you're doing wrong. I'm sure you're blaming yourself for the mental breakdowns, the feeling a certain way about it being one girl in particular that he keeps kind of going back to. Um, and a lot of these things, are very valid things to think about, and it sounds like you're kind of trying to excuse it all because something must be wrong with you, and that's not the case. That's not fair. That's not fair to you. You have autism too, which, like you said, there's different kinds, of course, but there's still, even with afflictions, if a person is putting in effort, those kind of things can be managed or at least worked on, uh, constructively. There's attempts he can put in, at least show an effort, like that would be something else completely if he was at least trying to do those kind of things. But again, there's a difference between what people can't do, and there's a difference between what they won't do. And most of the time, people can do just about anything if they want to. You want to save this relationship. You want to put in work. You want to make sure he's okay and take care of yourself as well. You want to do all those things, so you are doing it despite whatever afflictions you might have, like autism or BPD or whatever. So if he wanted to, then he would be at least trying to. Yeah. Well, alright, well, let's go back to maybe the tables were turned. How do you think he would be reacting if you were doing the same exact thing? You were talking with a guy in a server he introduced you to quite a lot, and maybe ignoring him uh, because you were talking to this person, or whatever, and treating you the same way, basically. How do you think he would respond? Hmm. Even if it seemed like maybe this person was more than a friend? Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. It's interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I can hear that. I That last bit, I mean, find someone to cuddle or find someone else to do whatever. Uh, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like there's some kind of lack of care about the situation to one degree or another. Uh, if he's neglecting and not doing all these things and encouraging, from the sounds of it, basically encouraging you to find it wherever else you can get it, um, instead of wanting to be and, you know, give that to you himself, uh, at least on paper, in a very, very, you know, black and white way of looking at it, it sounds like he just doesn't care. And he might be encouraging you to find it somewhere else so that it's not on him, or so that he doesn't have to feel guilty about not giving you those things. Um, it, it, I don't know. I can tell you what I think, but what I think isn't probably going to be helpful um, in this situation, because what it looks like is something very not okay. And oh no, that's fine. It's nothing crazy. It's just you just need to take care of yourself. Is all. Yeah. Well, perfect. Yeah. Talk. If anything, I'm not a therapist. I wish I was, because I could probably have something better to say. But definitely go talk to your therapist. That's a very that's perfect timing, honestly. Um, but regardless of any afflictions like autism or anything like that, how we are and how we treat people is our responsibility at the end of the day. So everything that he's doing, everything he's kind of choosing not to do, the care and attention that he's not giving, even after you've, you know, sat down and explained to him exactly what you're feeling, the fact that he's still not doing those things and kind of encouraging you to find it in other places, would be a sign to me that maybe this person isn't quite as invested in me as I am in them. And maybe I'm just being used or maybe not used, but maybe I'm just not to them what they are to me. So, but take that with a grain of salt, though. Again, I'm just an asshole online that doesn't know anything about anything, so that's okay. That's just me. So, anyways, though, I hope you get better, and I hope you have a good therapist appointment. Alright, sorry about that, guys. We were talking to a friend. She's having a bit of a rough time right now, so we're just trying to give her a little bit of help. But anyways, how are you guys doing today? Still co-working. Guys want to play some poker? Oh god, there we go. Sanga poker. Anybody else play poker here? $600,000. Sure wish I could cash out $175 million. Oops. Okay. Yep, accidentally. Let's see, like normal. There we go. Wait a minute. There we go. Five, 6, 5. That's kind of dog shit. 3, 4. Oh, I might be able to get a straight out of there for lucky. Come on, baby. Give me deuce 7. Deuce or 7. Fuck. Yeah. Didn't get shit that time. Ew. Well, we got some spades that might save us. Nope, not anymore. Okay. Yeah, we didn't get nothing. Nine, 7. Yeah. Hey Choro, how you doing, buddy? Good morning. Good to see you again. How you doing today? E4. Okay, we didn't have a 5. Ten, 7, ew. Might be alright. Ugh, oh, dog shit. No. 10-5. God, what is with the 10s and weird matches lately? Have any more prizes? No. Dang it, I tried to catch him. Flippin' Magikarp. Yo, it'd have to be 3 hearts. Fuck. Okay, I've got Trick Jacks. It's not horrible. Let's see if anybody's got hearts out there. Fuck. Got a full house. Let's go full pot. Oh, nice. We got it. I don't want anything to do with that. Ace 3. Like that. Oh, give me a jack. Give me a jack, jack, jack. Love it. Ah, damn. Don't love that. No. I don't want any part of it. 3-3. I'll take that. Oh, guess nobody else wanted it. Alright, well, we had a pair of 4s. So, that was alright. Oh, this guy had 2 pair. Alright. Let's just call. Oh, okay. I'm doing good with that. Yeah. 3, 6. Let's go to a different table. Because I feel like I might have a little bit more blood somewhere else. Yep, you're gonna raise how much? Probably 1, 2 mil? That would be enough to shake most people off. Queen 7 of spades. Alright. I can live with that. Ew. Man, I've just not been getting jack shit these last few hands. Normal. Seven queen. Ew. Just got nothing. What is with the queens lately? Oh, good. I didn't have shit. King 5. Oh, we had a 2-pair. 2-pair. Oh, whoops. No, that's not what I want to do. Check, check. Check 1, 2. Okay, we've got a pair of 9s. Two, 3, 4. Okay. I'll take a 5. Got it. Okay, got a pair of 3s. That's not shit. Alright, I got 2 pair of 3s and 6s. Honestly, I doubt it. Oh, sorry. That one hit me a little harder than I thought it would. Alright. Queen 10. So yeah, we're playing Zanga Poker right now. If anybody plays that too, or feels like I might like it, it's a pretty fun game. Mareep escaped. Nah, man, I didn't get jack shit this round. Oh, won by technicality. Alright, Mareep escaped. Queen 5. Three. No. I need a new table. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. Ooh, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. That's what I like to see. Give me a little more of a straight when I first pop off. Watch. Okay. Yeah. Alright. Probably make this work. I got a pair of 10s. It's not exactly great, but it's alright. And I got a flush. Not a very strong flush with an 8, but we can try. Yeah, I kind of figured that. 36 mil or lose 2 mil. Yeah, my hand's not that strong. Not that strong. Three king. Oh, if we get a jack, we might get lucky. I said a jack on another ace. Let's see if anybody's got it. What do you think, guys? We go for the jack? Fuck! I guess I could have figured that much. Yeah, no. Let's see, let's call. 210. I don't really want any part of this. Don't want no part of it at all. 210. Oh yeah, I didn't have jack shit in. King 3. Oh, we got level 2. Okay. Ah, nice. 2 pair. Alright. Well, let's throw a little bit of blood in there. Let's throw another one out there. Make him pay for it. Check. Alright, so he's just been checking this time. King 8. Oh, shit. Ace 9. Did get jack. Didn't get jack. Check. So yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome in. I'm playing Zynga Poker right now. That's Texas Hold'em, and I'm getting my butt whooped so far. I've not been getting very good hands tonight, but either way, we're kind of just vibing and hanging out. So I hope you guys are all doing well. It's nice to see ya. Pair of deuces. 2, 3. Ew, this is gross. I don't like that hand. How in the hell did I win with that? You're itchy. Seven, 3 of clubs. I don't know about that one. We got a pair of 7s. That's alright. 2, 3, 4. So we could use a 5, or we could use another pair. That'd be great. Let's make them pay for it. Okay, so we got 2 pair of 7s and deuces. Queen 7, 7, 3. Yeah, we both had the same. Call. So we got 10, 9, pair of 10s. I like that. Let's buy this guy some pizza. Ace, ew. I don't like that at all. I almost had a flush. No, not for a 10. Seven, 6 offsuit. Eh. We'll send her out there, see what comes up. Oh, dog shit. That's what came up. Yeah, I'm not putting any more money into that. Oh yeah, I got a pair of 2s. Seven, 4. We got nothing. Three, 4. I mean, we could get a 5. Might get lucky. Oh, well. Or we could win that way, too. Ooh, 6, 6. Right. Give me a 3. No, not a 10. Give me a 3. A wild Gorbis appears. All these new Pokemon, I have no idea who they are. That's 3 hearts. Queen 10. Yeah. Is this audio alright for you guys? Let me know if it's a little too loud. Ew. Alright. Let's throw a little bit of blood in the thing, see who wants it. Jack King, okay. Fuck. and queen. Okay, I got a little bit of meat on the bone there. That works. 3 mil. Sure. Alright. 3 mil. Alright, that's kind of a concern now. Let's do 5. Queen 10. Fuck. Alright, K9. That's usually my lucky hand. Alright, I got a king. Got an 8. Do 3. Get full pot. 8-5. Oh, 2 pair. Let's see. Queen 4. $2.5. Okay, we might have a flush going on. Sure. Alright. Now that's better. That's a little more what I'm talking about. Alright. King 7. Might get alright. Might get lucky, maybe. Check. King 7. Well, make it an 8. And 4, 5. Yeah, didn't get jack shit. Okay. Oh, oh. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. Got a deuce flush, but that's very, very weak. I don't have anything else to stand on, so that's not great. Check fold. Oh, she had a flush. 9-4. It's really nothing that I want. See if we can't change. 10 jack, okay. Like that. And we got a pair of jacks. We'll take it. We'll take that. 10 jack. Three now. Now we could use a 10. That'd be cool. These two. You gotta get them out of here. Don't think this will be the let's see. Um, Ooh, we got a pair of fours. Nice. .9 man. Pair of eights, high pair, an ace kicker. This person does get annoying. Two ace. We already paid for it, might as well see it. Oh, this guy's back again. God damn it. I can't call that with a pair of twos. Ooh, we got a couple biters. Deuce king. Yeah, you want with your pair of kings. Nice. 9 jack. Abra. Nine jack. Okay. Sorry, I just downloaded that Pokemon thing today, so kind of like catching up. We got a pair of jacks. Ugh, gross. I feel like she's gonna throw out like 2 mil. 7, 3, 4. Okay, so you're doing all that with a pair of fours. So you're just bluffing a lot of the time. I see you. I see you over there. Let's see, 7 king, and we got a little bit of it. Sweet, caught Abra. Love it. Alright, pair of 7s. Guess we can try it. 7, 8, 9. We could do it with a jack or a 10. Maybe catch a straight on the river. Nice, we did. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, fuck, there's 3 clubs out, though. She was smart. She would have went all in. Let's do 2. Just to get deuce jack, 3, 8. Let's see. Check a check. Six queen. How about that 6 queen? Seven, 10. We got a little piece of it. Pair of 7s. That's the bottom pair. Alright. Alright, well, we got 2 pair. Wait a minute. King 9. King 5. good with that. So we got a pair of sixes. Still a pair of sixes. Jack. Five, nine. Gross. Five, six, seven. I could use an 8. Damn. Three, 10. I don't really like that hand, but 1.5. Jack. King deuce. Didn't get nothing. Nothing, you guys. Nothing. No, but I won with the high card. Alright. Two pair. Be good if we got another 9. can. Alright. Competition. And insane league. Oh, we got 20 mil. Okay. Alright. And the East chest. Got all those. Go to Rose's rewards. Give me 2 tickets. Okay. Oh, those are 15 ticket chests. Let's see, we've got a few coins. 5. I'll do 2. Alright, so that gave us nothing. 10%. Alright, that's a little bit. I love it. What kind of new challenges do I have? Okay. What do we got here? News. Super challenges. Short deck. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see. I'm gonna take just a quick second to go get some coffee and stuff. So I will be right back, and we'll keep going. Alright guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Took me a little bit longer than I thought it would. Anyways, we're good to go. I was getting a bunch of emails and stuff. Okay, good. Oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, there we go. Let's see, I'll play Somebody. Oh shoot, hey Mace, I'm sorry I didn't see you were in here. I was getting some coffee. You hear me? Mm. You good? Hello? Hey there, friend. You hear me? Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah. I was out to get some coffee and then I came back and I was like, "Hey, Mace, I'm sorry. I was getting coffee." And I just didn't hear anything. I was like, "Oh, I think maybe I need to reset or get back in." So how you doing? How'd your appointment go? Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's good. I mean, it's hard when, like, the places that are, supposed to be professional and stuff can't, or, like, they're just lazy about the stuff and just, throw whatever diagnosis at you, or lack thereof. But that's good, though. Sounds like, so your therapist is kind of advocate for you a little bit more. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I mean, sometimes that does happen. But, well, hey, that's good though. At least you got someone that's gonna advocate for you, get you to be looked at a little more closely. Or not, you know what I mean. Give you a little bit more attention, I guess, and not just write you off. So how you feeling now? Yeah. No, I get it. Honestly, it go ahead. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's tricky. Honestly, I was kind of trying to not so much point fingers myself too, because it's a hard thing. A relationship is, two people and two perspectives and two everything. Um, so it's a little hard to say, um, but I mean, ultimately, how you feel in your heart and what you're thinking about everything is like how you feel is valid, whether another person agrees with it or not. Only you know how you feel, and how you feel is how you feel. Like you can't, you know, you don't need to feel right or wrong about it. It's part of you, and it's how you perceive things. It's how you're feeling. Like that's just how it is. Nobody else can really tell you what's best for you. Oh, well, yeah, well, that therein might be a bit of the, I wouldn't say problem, but a bit of what makes this situation more difficult is that, you shouldn't, in one way or another, you shouldn't be in a relationship to rely on the other person to provide you with love and happiness and making you feel like, you know, um, like you're not alone, because that can put one, a lot of strain on a healthy relationship in and of itself, but two, if you have a partner that kind of won't care and won't provide those things anyways, then you're kind of handing them a figurative pass to um, just have complete control over you, and like you will never leave. All of the power in this relationship is in his hands at this point. If you give him that much power and control, saying that you would rather have somebody that gives you neglect and not the right treatment as opposed to having nobody at all. I mean, that's opening doors for. I mean, what are you gonna do if he starts? Not saying he would, but if the situation turned into like more significant abuse or something like that, it like you're putting yourself in a position where you're relying on another person for things that you should give yourself. And I'm not speaking as someone telling you that it's easy to be alone. Um, I've never been in a relationship myself, so believe me, I understand what it's like to be alone and to just want somebody to love you, or just want physical attention, or all of those things. I understand that it's really, really difficult to live without them, and to have those deep, dark thoughts of, the S word and stuff like that. Um, I understand those, but putting yourself with someone just so that you're not alone, uh, in many ways does more damage than actually being alone. That's what I mean. You're putting a lot of power over yourself in his hands. Like if you're having a good day or a bad day, I mean, you're relying on him for that. You're relying on outward sources for stuff that I know it's hard to actually do in theory and actually execute, but things that you should give yourself, and you really should, because I mean, too, in a lot of ways, a healthy relationship is two independently okay and happy people that love themselves and can provide a safe and supportive environment for each other, not so much one person that needs the other person around to feel like they are uh, just to base themselves off of, I guess kind of the same concept of the favorite person. Because that's not healthy in either in any way. Um, like you said about your friends, how can you have friends if you don't know yourself or love yourself, know what you like? But um, if you're kind of answering all those questions through the mouth of what another person is telling you or another person is giving to you, then your whole identity is based around that other person. So um, and two, I mean, from a different perspective, that can be kind of a lot for the other person to deal with as well. To have uh, another person, figuratively speaking, uh, at your side, just constantly using you and your emotions to give them the gratification that they should give themselves, can be very stressful. It's not fair for either party, really. I feel like maybe the relationship troubles are, for lack of a better term, the tip of the iceberg, and in fixing them is going to require fixing a lot more than just the relationship. It's gonna involve fixing things within you, which is not easy and not always fun or painless or anything like that. Yeah. I would say at the end of the day, for person like for you and you personally, you need to take care of yourself first. And maybe you haven't quite, I mean, you know, I don't think anybody really does in the moment, but maybe you haven't quite realized how you need to take care of yourself and what you need to give yourself to treat, you know, all these things. But you know, Z is definitely right. Nobody can really tell you these things, which I know is hard. You've been saying, you know, you just want somebody to tell you what to do and how to feel and all that. But at the end of the day, you know, not me, not Z, not the mailman around the corner knows how you feel and what you need to be okay and how to take care of you, but you. And if this relationship, or even if it's not a relationship, if it's a job, if it's a, a fight with the parents, if it's whatever it might be, if it's not something you feel is helping you or healthy for you, then it's up to you to kind of determine how you would like to fix the situation. If you want to go for the next however long amount of time, or you know, indefinitely, with the way things are and being treated the way you are by him, then I mean, nobody can really force you to do it either way. But ultimately, like for true real happiness that you're not relying on him for, or your friends for, or the dog for, that has to come from you and you alone. So only you can answer that question. Very few people do. And anyone that you see pretending like they do or seems like they do, more often than not, we're all just winging it and trying our best. And that's all you can do, really. You're gonna make mistakes, you're gonna fall down and skid your face on the ground and feel like shit. Then sometimes you're gonna win and it's gonna feel amazing. But when you start living for yourself instead of for other people, that's the moment that genuine freedom and happiness can start filling you up. Alright, I'm gonna get off my soapbox. Sorry. I mean, first off, congratulations. It's a really big step to actually realize a lot of these things. It says a lot about the self-awareness and, knowing yourself. So that's a really good start. That's really good. Um, and you're right. It's something that especially people in this community can struggle with. I know I do myself. I think we all do. So professional help and just approaching things from a perspective of doing this for you is what's most important. Taking care of yourself, giving yourself the same compassion and effort that you put into other people. And eventually you start to realize that you deserve that love and compassion. And you'll start treating yourself from a place of, within, and not just what other people tell you should do or how you should feel. And I mean, just saying that you have to do that doesn't mean, yeah, you're not going to wake up tomorrow and fucking, oh, all of a sudden, bam, you love yourself. Like, shit, it'd be nice if it worked that way, but it doesn't. It's a long, very hard, very arduous task that most days you're going to wish you could just pull a tooth out, because that's a lot easier and a lot less painful. But, I mean, yeah, it's hard. And, I know that your other friend group was part of your main support system, and I know he was too. He is. I don't know exactly where all that stands right now. But in feeling alone, I mean, we have each other in here too. And, I know it's not really good to compare friends to friends or whatever, but you're not alone. And even if it's not myself or, I don't know, Z or whoever, there's people here that know a lot more and genuinely care about you. So you're not alone. But I know what it's like to hear that and then still feel it. So, your feelings are still valid, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Either way. Awesome, man. I don't really listen to podcasts. Just watch videos with all this emotional difficulty stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, Charo. Yeah, I'm talking with a friend in a Discord call. She's just having a really hard time. So this is part of what I'm doing. So, it's given whatever I can, but uh, good way for people to learn as well. Yeah, I mean, it's something I think we all can generally try to learn and, develop in ourselves. But yeah, how are you doing? Are you gaming right now? You just hanging out? What are you doing? Prepping this stream right now. Hell yeah. Cause yesterday. Oh, like with the sound things and all that. You broke I'm sorry. Here, I have alerts down there too. Go ahead and break mine. That way, get back at me. Yeah, it's just no more. Hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more. What is love? It's a great song. Yeah, I figured out I had to put a timer on those because I can't monetize them or anything right now. So like people kept coming in and doing the jump scare like every 8 seconds, and I was like, okay, had to mess around. I think that's where a lot of the importance of like giving yourself that strength and you're giving yourself what you need comes from, because a lot of things in life that happen, you know, a lot of the really bad moments and a lot of your hardships and trials and tribulations are mostly things we have to deal with on our own. I'm not saying friends and family or potentially, you know, our partner wouldn't be around to help us as much as they could, but if you're constantly relying on someone else to give you that, then the second you lose that person, you lose the ability to be able to pass those things. And that's putting, you know, your entire world basically in someone else's hands. And in doing that, in a lot of ways, that's how we can end up trapping ourselves with someone that doesn't treat us right. Keeping ourselves in situations that don't serve us and don't take care of us the way that we need to be taken care of. And as painful as it is, you know, it's the most we can do is just try to give ourselves that freedom and not rely on somebody else for it. Dude, when I play horror games, you play horror games? You know what's happened. Oh, jump scares. Yep, that sounds fun. You know, I've I've gotten those phone calls at night before, and what scares me the most is that most of the time it's coming from not always men even, like it can happen with whoever, but it's coming from people that most of the time you never expect, that you'd say, oh, they would never do that. They, you know, that's not who they are, that's not this or that. Um, but the phone call at night saying that this person just beat me, or this person just, not always physical abuse, you know, this person just mentally and verbally abused me to where like I'm on an edge and I have I don't know what to do. Those calls are what's hard, and what's even harder to see is the next day when we hear, oh no, I apologized and they're not mad at me anymore, so now everything's good. And basically the concept is, now that I apologized and disregarded my own thoughts and feelings and made it, you know, made myself good for them, now everything's fine and I'm allowed to be happy and I'm allowed to not be abused like that. That's the hard part, because that's a cycle that, you know, you start out with, it happens once, and then a few months later it happens again, and then a few weeks, and later on it's a few days. Over time it develops to a constant thing. And I know I don't know much about you or anything, but I can tell you that you don't deserve that. Even if he never lays a hand on you, or maybe doesn't, I don't know how verbal he is, but if he doesn't abuse you like that, the neglect, the just everything you're feeling right now is still part of that cycle. Alright, see. Talk to you in a bit. That's true. That can definitely make things more difficult. You know, once we start putting ourselves first, as painful as it is to say and as shitty as it is to acknowledge, Um, we do lose people. Um, and unfortunately, sometimes it's situations like this where the people that you're losing wouldn't necessarily even be people that you have a problem with. You know, it's just you would may potentially be losing them because of him. But things can happen in surprising ways. I mean, you could break up with him and maybe your friend group that knows you more, and you know, they might surprise you. They could. I could see some reaching out and, you know, not that it's a thing where, you know, like in high school, you're choosing sides on different ends of the playground, but if these people are genuinely your friends to begin with, they won't just cast you out because of a falling out with a boyfriend. They'll still talk to you. They'll still care about you and acknowledge you. And I mean, the friendships, if they're true and real, they're not going to slip away because of something like that. Now, sometimes what's painful is learning that what you thought were real relationships and real friendships aren't, and never were. I've been there. Yeah, that's uh, I mean, you know, I understand that. It's it's a logical fear to have. Um, but in blaming yourself for introducing him or for, you know, bringing him around, so to speak, like, that might be this situation, maybe in some way, but two, um, that kind of just shows that, like, in any situation in life, like, you know, let's say over the next few years, you guys move in together and, um, you know, you're living life, everything's hunky-dory, and let's say life's perfect. You can't, or you shouldn't be afraid to have your partner be around. You shouldn't be afraid of second guessing every action and keeping them outside of your life and, you know, your friend groups and whatnot, out of fear that when they leave, you're gonna lose everybody. Um, I apologize. It's a kind of a complex concept, but uh, real friendships and real relationships don't hinge off of things like that, and they should. Yeah. Well, I know a few people in here will reach out. I know that nobody's those friends. I understand, having a main group and a main circle. Sometimes it's hard to see outside of the figurative kind of bubble of people that we have around us in our lives, but there are people that care about you, and you're worth sticking around for. You're not some thing that is just picked up and dropped off depending on what another person says about you. If it's a friend group and one person, like the boyfriend, comes in talking shit or whatever, if these are real friends, then one, they're not just going to automatically accept whatever he's spewing. Like, I would expect them to talk to you and support you too, and at least try to see both sides of whatever it might be. And eventually your friends should, if they were healthy, acknowledge that it's kind of not their relationship, so it's not really their place to say one way or the other. And I would hope that cutting your boyfriend out of the situation and your friends just thinking about their relationship with you, only two parties involved, nobody else. That's what should be the most important to them. Have you treated them badly? Have you abused them or made them hateful or spiteful towards you for any kind of reason at all? Have you been a good friend and supported them and been the best that you can for them? Then there you go. They shouldn't have any reason to believe or expect anything other than who you've been to them so far. And in all honesty, if it were me, I would, and my friend was coming to me and worried about an ex, maybe turning the group against her or whatever, I would almost take everything that ex says with an extreme grain of salt, because that's a biased opinion, especially if he's the one that was broken up with or whatever. Like, you can almost expect that the ex is going to be coming out and spewing shit and not, not speaking of a place of truth, but trying to be vindictive and trying to hurt you as much as possible. So, again, not to say I don't know this group of friends. It may potentially happen with a couple of them or whatever, but in some ways that just shows you that they were never really on your team to begin with. If they can be that easily swayed and not have the desire to talk to you or get to know the other side of things, and come to their own conclusion, jumping on a bandwagon and hating on the popular person to hate at the current moment, that's child behavior. That's not friend behavior. Those aren't people that cared about you to begin with. And I know I said it earlier, but acknowledging that and learning that those people weren't really for you in the first place, that's painful. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that that's easy to deal with. I mean, I've lost entire families because of seeing shit like that. It's not easy, and it sucks. But in some ways, it's even though you lose them, and that's painful. That pain is easier to deal with because at least the ones that do stick around and the ones that you do have, you know, are real and not just fake people that are there out of convenience. They're genuine. Alright, Koro, I'll talk to you later, bud. Thanks a bunch. Sorry about it. Appreciate it. You care if I add you? Oh, I love your background. That is so adorable. The mace, your little background picture. No way. That is so cool. I wish I had that kind of talent. Well, you see, you gotta give yourself more credit. I could probably maybe make something close to that if I put a week into like just yelling at my computer and trying to figure it out. But I mean, if that was easy and whatever for you, like that is talent. Graphical arts and doing that kind of stuff. Yeah. Do you do commission kind of stuff? Oh, okay. Well, that's awesome. I might have to, if you're open to it, I might have to ask you sometime if you'd be willing to take a look. I do Twitch stuff, and I have no talent like that whatsoever, so my things look a little dull. But I don't know. Let me know if you ever do that kind of work, cause that'd be really cool. You got some talent. That is so cool. So your hair is red like that? That's awesome. Oh yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Don't cut yourself short. You got some real good talent there. It's gonna be okay, Mace. I know I was talking at you a lot tonight. I don't mean to be all overbearing and one of those kind of people, but you're, it's okay to be on your own team. And it's okay to have emotions and feel how you feel, regardless of what anybody else thinks. And how you feel is no more or less valid because somebody else says that it's right or wrong. It's you. And nobody else can tell you how you feel or what to feel but you. So that's why you need to just try to be on your own team a little bit more. Support yourself. And if anybody has a problem with that and doesn't think you should be doing it, then ultimately those aren't people that you need around you to begin with. Yeah. Yeah. What do you pick your nose? Oh, sorry, I was trying to cut a little bit of humor into there. I didn't think you. No. Yeah. Was this so? Was this the guy that you think maybe had a bit of a crush on you? Oh, okay. Yeah. Like what? Hmm, I gotcha. What, me? I don't say anything to anybody. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Discord's gonna be knocking me out. Yeah. I know that a lot of it's hard. The advice and, everything I'm just saying, like, I realize that none of it is easy or like something that's attainable and not painful or anything like that. Believe me, I can't say that I know exactly your situation or that I've been exactly in those shoes before, but I do understand similar, um, similar feelings and ideas and thoughts. Um, but ultimately, the on a large timeline, the mm, better thing to do in this situation and somewhere once is to take care of yourself and take care of your heart. Do what makes you have the most quality of life. Um, and not saying that, you know, breaking up and, whatever, being alone tomorrow, obviously that's not going to make you happy immediately tomorrow. Um, but over time, these kinds of things are a little easier to deal with. Yeah. I, I mean, it is hard when you look at what's solving your problems right here, right now, and then what solves your problems in the next 6 months. They're both obviously they're very different trains of thought, different perspectives, and different different ways of pursuing those things. Um, because yes, if we were looking at things from a bit of an outside perspective, um, one might say that sounds like you can't be by yourself, um, and you can't be alone. And not saying that anybody really wants to be alone or that, that's a goal or anything. But if we can't be alone with ourselves and love ourselves and value ourselves just being alone, then it's hard to be able to be a great partner for somebody else. It's hard to love somebody else if we don't love ourselves. So I get wanting to have somebody. I mean, there's no fault in that. No, I don't think anybody's faulting you for that. Um, but if your coping mechanism um, and the way you approach every problem or every affliction that happens in life, and you are unable to deal with those things without another person next to you, and like you feel unfulfilled without someone next to you, then it can just lead to that kind of toxic cycle situation where it's not really fair for either of you. Um, so, but I do sympathize, though. I know saying all this doesn't exactly make it easier or clearer in your head or anything like that. Um, but I just I would hope you can reach a point where you can be happy with yourself and love yourself without anyone else's say so in the matter. And you feel capable enough and strong enough to approach life from a perspective of you got this and you know that you have the strength to deal with these things. Because then, when you find someone at that point, you're not you're not relying on them. You're not giving them the keys to your car. You're you're both ideally coming into the relationship with um, a solid sense of self-esteem and self-worth and being okay with yourselves and loving yourselves, and you both choose to share that love with one another, um, as opposed to I can't I can't feel love at all unless you give it to me. So because I mean you do deserve a relationship like that. And it's not that you do. I mean, I hope you don't think you just deserve half of a boyfriend or a third of a boyfriend or a third of the love that you need and that you would like to experience. Um, I mean, because you do. Um, it's just, I don't know. It's so sticky. Like it's kind of hard to just talk about because I'm trying not to be an asshole and just tell you, you know, just to do all this stuff. But I guess it just depends. Are you wanting a right here, right now problem fixer, or a fix that will take a little bit while longer and it's gonna suck a lot more and it's gonna be a lot more painful, but will ultimately, at the end of the line, be a lot more fulfilling and lead you to a lot more happiness as opposed to the right here, right now kind of fix. So I think, you know, that some of these questions are just questions that you have to ask yourself, and one way or the other, like only you can answer them. Well, would you say that you are more wanting a relationship to happen, or you need one to happen? Yeah. Yeah. It this might be... I mean, I guess it depends on your reasoning for the relationships. If you're going into one just for reasons of you need someone else around you and you're in them just to take care of your own needs, even if it's not from a purposeful point of view, or, you know, like it doesn't sound like purposely going out meaning to use people, but again, if you can't get that from yourself, then that does kind of lead you to pursuing those kinds of relationships where it's not an equal partnership. You are just with that person to fulfill the things that you should be giving yourself. And, you know, yeah, it's not fair. It's not fair for either party involved. And it's, I don't know, it's a lot to think about. But being able to give yourself those needs and take care of those needs within your own heart, then you can have relationships where it's not being used or using someone else. It's you both sharing, and sharing every burden, and sharing every high, every low. You're sharing all those together and equally, and not just a person giving you whatever you need in that moment. Because, like with what you just described, it doesn't sound like you care who's in the role, as long as the role is filled. Which, you know, that can definitely lead to a lot of hurt for both you and everybody involved. Well, maybe you don't need to, like, come up with a plan right now that you're gonna execute right now. Maybe just take a breather. Not like a break from him or anything, but just take a little bit of a mental step back and just take each day and just, you know, think about everything. Don't make, which I know is hard with, you know, people with our afflictions, to just not do something in the moment, but just think about things. You're a good person, Mace. I can hear it in you. You have a very good heart, and very intelligent. You have a lot of good qualities in there. And this quality, you know, this thought process and these things that you feel you need to get from relationships and everything, like, it doesn't make you a bad person, or it doesn't mean that it's all your fault or whatever. It's nothing about that. Um, you just it's about, preventing this cycle from happening over and over and over again, and knowing that you deserve much better for yourself, and you deserve much more from your relationships. Even if it's not a romantical one. I mean, relationship with friends, relationships with family and whoever. I mean, I know you told a little bit about your family, so I won't start talking to you about all that, because I'm sure there's quite a bit there too. But you deserve a lot more than you're giving yourself credit for, and a lot more than it sounds like you've been settling for. And unfortunately, to achieve those things, like, it takes some time. And as for, when do you love yourself enough to love somebody else? I don't think that's a question anybody ever really knows. So I understand how it's a little frustrating when people could tell you, oh, you can't do that till you love you. Like, it's a bit of a blanket term. I call them hallmark terms, like just the phrases everybody uses when they don't really want to think about a more intricate thing to say. So, I mean, I get how hearing that can be a little tedious after a while. But it's not impossible. And you can do that. So, yeah, not a break. Just a little. Yeah. Well, I mean, a break and a step back are two different things. So, yeah, maybe that's a good thing. Don't approach it as, a break and you two are on pause or whatever, but just take a little bit of a step back, turn around and look at you, and put a little bit of effort into you is all. Yeah. Well, dear, I mean, you might just have to think about what you're saying, you know, half an hour ago. The words and the apologies and this and that. I mean, if they don't mean anything at this point. I mean, you know, sorry, I wish I could tell you what to do, but it's only you really know and can only decide. Yeah. And I mean, that really is not a big ask. Like, that's something you should be doing anyways. So, I think that would be a good thing to say. Um, you know, just, you know, it can be hard to break out of that cycle for everyone involved. You know, you're kind of used to the revolving door of apologies and getting back together, or not, you know, not that you were apart, but you know what I mean. everything's good, and then it gets bad again shortly later, and then the apology, and then everything's good, and then it turns bad again later, you know, that circle. Um, and then two, he's probably used to, okay, I'm good now, she's good, everything's good. Oh, I'm sucky right now, so I can just leave her, or I can just, you know, disregard her, or whatever. I can do this, and then later on, once I decide that it's good again, or that I want her again, or this or that, all I have to do is apologize, and she'll take me back, and then it'll be good again until it's not. But every single time I do this, I can just apologize to her, and then, you know, all I have to do is say the right thing, and she'll take me back, so that I can, you know, in some ways, I can always have her as like a last resort kind of thing. All I have to do is say the right thing. So, I mean, for both parties, the cycle is not really fair or helpful in the long run. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Well, regardless of what the pronouns are, the role is the same. This person is doing this. This person is doing that. Nope, that's all you can do. Well, you know why you're not, right? Why do you think? that is. Is that a good thing? Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that might be the same kind of thought process you have when looking at like relationships? Not necessarily even romantic ones, but like just with friendships and all that. Like it doesn't matter if you're loved or like valued as long as you're not alone.
Here's the deal with SEO and Wix. You get a site with out-of-the-box.
Well, that is one way of I mean it's a way of looking at things and thinking about things. I I get that. Yeah. Well, I think you're still suffering. Hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, I get that. I've I can't say if I had the option to that I would not do the same kinds of things and fill the void that I have in the same way. Um, Being alone sucks. There's no way to sugarcoat that shit. Um, but I think for me, I found that when I was even remotely close to having something or someone filling that void, my problems didn't go away. And all I did was bring my problems onto someone else. So as much as it hurts me being alone and dealing with all this on my own and not having anybody around, um, I would rather it be that than have it become somebody else's problem just for my own sake. But both sides of that coin are very difficult to deal with, and the feelings around them are, it's a hard thing to, you know, there's no real good answer of how to go about this, unfortunately. Um, but you can. Hey Pat, how's it going, bud? Good to see you. We're over Xinjiang, China. I don't know if I just butchered that, but hey, how's it going, Pat? What's the weather like out there? Yeah, I'm in Fahrenheit, but I know I can gauge off of Celsius, so whatever you're comfortable with. Doing good, mate. How's the stream going? It's going. We've kind of just been hanging out. We were playing poker. I'm in a Discord call right now, so we're just hanging out. Okay, so you're just under a 70s then. Oh, okay. Yeah, alright, that's a little colder. I was gonna say, it might be do you some good to get out and go for a walk, I don't know, just do something other than sitting and thinking, because that's been, oh, there you go, that's perfect. Oh, you cleaning. Very cool. Very, very cool. Oh, nice. It's almost 8 a.m. here. Yeah, I've been streaming for about 5 hours. So, yeah, generally I stream overnight, so. Yep. No, I'm not even affiliate, but I do it, like, I do the games and stuff, but I also kind of run, I do it for, like, nighttime support kind of thing. I just try to be around for people that, you know, might need somebody, need something, need not that I have a savior complex. I'm fucked up too myself, but you know, sometimes I know I would have loved somebody to be there at 3 o'clock in the morning and talk to me about what the fuck ever, so I try to be. Thank you, Pat. I'm not that good, but thank you. Yeah, nighttime is, it's weird because nighttime is oftentimes when all of us with these afflictions like to be awake and like to just be night owls. Sometimes we can't even help it, but it's a very lonely time. It's dark, the world is bleak and quiet and silent, and that's kind of when our brains can be the loudest because there's nothing else around us to distract us. If you're lucky, you can get online and talk to somebody or watch a movie or something, but it's different. I don't know, just it'll be okay, and you're gonna do whatever ends up happening. You're gonna do fine. Just keep your own heart and mind and try to take care of you. And sometimes what's best for us hurts the most, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. Growth hurts, and growing into our skin, and I mean, look at when we were children, and then look at us now. I mean, when our bodies grew, it fucking hurt. Like, none of it's an easy process, but the end result and the end goal is attainable. So you just have to think about whether or not you're gonna do it. Logged out of your Steam. Oh, I see. I see. Do you have any hobbies? Like, I know you do the uh, graphic art. Forgive me if I'm not labeling it right, but you know uh, like the technological art kind of thing. Um, like, do you have anything that you can do to kind of keep your hands busy, keep your mind a little bit busy, so that maybe you're not just sitting and thinking about stuff? Well, yeah, I get that. I usually tell people it's like, hang on, let me overthink about it real quick. I I know what that's like. But you know, it is kind of true what they say about idle hands are the devil's play toy. And not that I'm getting religious or anything, but uh, you know, idle hands can definitely lead to those problems a lot. And you know, maybe the music or uh, like a game or something, like maybe those don't necessarily work, but I would encourage you to maybe just keep try new things, you know, maybe try a book or try doodling on some paper or try, um, I don't know, getting into a new TV series or uh, just, you know, any kind of thing like that. Maybe start writing, um, write a story, write a magazine article. I don't know, but there's a lot of ways to fill time, and that might be a good maybe beginning to just trying to, you know, get out of your own head a little bit. I know you said you've tried it, but maybe keep trying. Hello? Oh, wait. Oh, how do I? Damn. Oh, okay. Oh, no, it was alright. I just heard a whisper and it was like, hello? And I was like, "Eh, somebody here? What the fuck?" No worries. It's all good. So what are you up to now? Just hanging out? What are you up to now? Just hanging out? Oh, cool. Okay. That's the one where you have like a little 2D character and there's like VC and stuff in there, right? Very cool.
New York, no kidding. I wanna know again.
Well, I mean, Discord is kind of a funny thing like that. Um, it can be really good in a lot of ways, but sometimes it can make things a little not great. Um, I mean, I don't know. Again, it's one of those things like you do whatever you feel is best for you, and maybe taking a step back from Discord couldn't hurt. You know, maybe not delete it or delete your stuff or whatever, but silent it and just don't. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of a break. Yeah. Yeah. What do his actions tell you though? Yeah. Yeah. Do you like space at all? Yeah. You think you do? Alright. Yes, I know it was very random. But just a little distraction. I've got the International Space Station. It actually like shows the live feed like from the video cameras, and I've been watching it for a while now, and right now they're actually over, you can see the Aurora Borealis, like the northern lights, and it's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. I sent you a link to it. You can see it right now. It looks pretty trippy, but yep, it's right now. If you open it up, you can see, like, it tells you the coordinates of where it is around the globe, and then there's like a little tiny map that'll show you exactly where it's at. Um, but yeah, you can look at it. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it like they do cut out here and there for, you know, like maintenance reasons, or sometimes they have to like use the feed for something else. Uh, but for the most part, yeah, it's consistent and keeps rolling. So I stream it when I'm kind of just like chilling, not doing games or anything. It's fun to watch. NASA actually does. They have like their own uh, live feed, like a TV show as well, too. If you looked that up, but uh, I don't know. I'm kind of a space nerd, and I just show everybody that randomly. So I'm sorry if it's not that interesting. I'm just like, hey, you like space? You want to see something cool? They're like, Tanner, shut the hell up. You're a fucking idiot. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe. I got a different playlist up right now of some non-copyright stuff. It's a little more upbeat, but yeah. Do you know why seals swim in salt water? Because pepper water makes them sneeze. Yeah. Sorry, I'm one of those dad joke guys. What's your favorite dad joke? Oh, you like the random facts, do you? Alright, let's see. Um, did you know the difference between a raven and a crow is only one feather? Ravens have one more feather on each wing than crows do. Other than that, they are the same exact animal. It's a true fact. Yeah. Yeah, they're the same. Same thing. Mm, I mean, I don't know. They might be like what, even just a little more chunky. Because by like anatomically speaking, they're both. Besides that feather, they're the same. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's just interesting. Do you guys have ravens or crows where you're at? Oh, well, there you go. Nice. Oh, really? I gotcha. Which country are you from, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, really? That's cool. That's awesome. Well, I guess I think people oftentimes just romanticize and like the idea of a completely different area. I mean, the Netherlands are it's a really beautiful countryside. Like, I've done a few reports and stuff and researched it a bit. I was thinking about moving out there at one point in my life. It's it's pretty cool, but I guess you could probably attribute it to like the grass always greener some kind of way. Um, because like I live in California and I don't see what's so special about California, but people are always like, "Oh my God, yeah, I'm gonna move out there," and blah blah blah, and like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you know, you're just like, yeah, no, it's really not, but okay. Well, I mean, you could do that. Go out, experience the world. The core of Norway. Why Norway? The land with no ice, or you could go to Greenland, the land with all the ice and no green. Let what do you mean? Like a hot spring? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Well, you know, the crazy thing is that you actually can do that. Do you know why Swedish warships have barcodes on them? So they can Scandinavian. That one usually. What? Oh. Oh God. Yeah. What's the language spoken over there? Let me learn it real quick. I said, what's your language over there? I can learn it real quick. Give me like 10 minutes. Yeah, yeah. I'll look up a quick YouTube video. Are you underestimating my ability? Well, won't you feel silly when I talk to you tomorrow and I'm speaking fluently in the language of your country? Actually, I have a friend that lives over there, and she was trying to teach me that for a while. Oh God, my phone's yelling at me. I have friends all over the globe, but none in my area. Right? Isn't it? Go ahead. Oh, I said go ahead. You cut out. Isn't that just so aggravating? Yeah. Yeah, I think for me to drive to the East Coast, like, I'm usually really good on road trips. I can go a good 30 hours and be okay, but it would still nonstop take like maybe 3 or 4 days. You can. Yeah. Well, I mean, naturally, it's traveling is something you can't. I mean, sometimes you can do it spur of the moment and at the drop of a hat, but most of the time you do have to plan it out. But still, though, with 2 weeks a year, like, you could one, take the entire year to save up money, and then two, you could have 2 weeks in a different country every year, you know? Like, goals are definitely attainable. It's just the amount of time between them that varies. So, don't ever limit yourself because you think if it can't be right this second, then it's not real, because it can be. Just like with anything, with enough time, anything can happen. Well, see, there you go. Well, there you go. Something to look forward to. Yeah. Patience is a virtue. Yep. Yeah, time's really funny. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking. 20? Oh boy. Yeah, if I'm 27. I'm 27. Yeah, time, like, years just escape me now. I never see them coming or going. Uh, that's why, you're young. Now's the time to do that kind of thing, before whatever happens in life ends up happening. You've got the world ahead of you, and you've got the the ability and the drive to do anything you want to do. So even if it's something where, okay, I can only do it 2 weeks out of the year, or whatever. If you have the will to do it and the will to see it through. I know it sounds like you've done it a couple times already with other people, but maybe do something where it's, if someone else comes, like, maybe that can be an addition to the thing, but do something specifically and only for you. And whether someone comes with you, whether you go alone, like, it's something you want to do for no other sake than you wanting to do it. And like, a trip to wherever, or going to a festival, or seeing a show, whatever it might be. Make it for nobody else but you. and go for it. Like, you can do it. Well, that's true. But, I mean, it sounds like right now you could use things to look forward to. Maybe, I mean, I don't know, you can do whatever, but as a guy that wasted his 20s and has nothing to really show for them other than mistakes and losing a lot of really good parts of life. You know, the worst kind of remembering is remembering and then wishing you could go back and change it. So, but maybe that's just something that comes to us as we age, and it's a lesson that we only learn after we make those mistakes. And maybe as you get older, you won't have any of those things. Maybe you will, but whatever things that you learn throughout life, I think it's a little natural for us to try to advise people that haven't lived through those things yet, or, you know, that are young and can still have time to change those things. Like, we just try to do it. We try to spread that kind of thing. Yeah. Well, I won't tell you anything about where you're going to be or what you're going to want in 5 years and 10 years and whatever amount of time. Obviously, I don't know you. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you that everyone I know, everyone I grew up with, and myself included, what I wanted, what I expected, what I was hoping would happen, and what I was sure would happen, what I was sure wouldn't happen. All of those things that I feel and felt 5 years ago are very different than the way things are today. And that happens, you know, periodically throughout life as it is. Doesn't necessarily mean from 20 to 30. It can mean from 10 to 15, from 15 to 23, from 23 to 24. I mean, it can change, but life has a funny way of changing us. You never know what's gonna happen. So I guess I guess the only reason people might say to go out now and do things now is because sometimes life can pass us by as we're making grand plans for it, and we tend to miss it before it's too late. So I don't know. I'm just an old man talking to a young whippersnapper, so forgive me, I'm sorry. Back in my day, no. But some kind of staircase. Yeah. Well, see, I'm really tall, so I'm older than a lot of people expect. uh, every inch you are taller than somebody adds 3 years to your life, and I'm 6'3". Oh God, what is that in? Let me try to look that up. So you guys speak in centimeters and stuff like that, right? Okay, let me see. Oh, you do? Okay. How tall are you in feet? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're a little short. Let's see. So it looks like I am about 192 centimeters. Yeah. I'm tall. Yeah. So see, that adds like 30 years onto my age. So I'm like 57 right now. So trust me, I'm an old man. Yeah. All right. Well, sounds good. Go and have a good day. All right. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later. Have a good day. Hope everything gets better. Bye.
I could go here and smash this guy's face. Let's buff him again. Smash, dude, smash. What? Can't do that? Armor up.
Choro, my man. Thanks so much. I appreciate you, bud. Hello. Do 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 do. guys, I think we're gonna go down and start. Let's see. What do I need to hold? Don't need that. I don't think I need that. Not for agility. Okay, put all those in there. Put that in there. Put that in there. We need dueling. Hello. So we need that, and we need water skins. What their skins? Okay, one of them, one of them. I feel like I had more of those at one point. But okay. So let's go. Okay, so PvP arena. Go to the PvP and then let's see, so that was all updated, right? Yep. Let's go play some RuneScape. Escape some rooms? Not really, I don't want to escape any rooms right now. But let's see, where's enemy logged out? No one caught it. Raid. Okay. Oh wait. Shoot, I forgot about that. Alright, let's just get some Monitas out. I don't feel like running, so we're just gonna take our sweet time. Perfect. And then we're gonna take the carpet and go. We're just gonna take the carpet right there. Oh wait, we can talk to the monkey? Who's a cute little monkey? Ook, ook, ook. Okay. Well, that's funny. Alright, let's travel to Bedabin camp. No, let's go to Polivnich. Polivnich. We're going on our trip on our fancy rocket ship. It's not really a rocket, it's more of a rug. What is this? Oh, they're literally all happy birthday song. Let's try this one. pyramid. Then oh wait, shoot. That's right. I gotta run across the bridge. Run across the bridge. No one caught it. Well, doesn't that suck? Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we got an exam. Let's go. Captain Starberry, been doing that. Okay, blah blah blah. What comes next? Mine or that in a bar. Next question. What comes next? Next question. Oh, next question. There we go. What comes next? Well done. Okay. And 1100 agility experience. Nice. Very nice. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Getting set up. I think we're gonna try. I'm just gonna see what that's like. But let's hop in the Discord, and I think we're gonna do like a thing where we take calls. Or maybe not calls, but like we'll just see if anybody wants to pop in and say anything. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. There we go. See how that goes. Let's see. Alright. Alright, we've drank 1 water skin so far. Wild Aspera peers in the shadows. Okay. What is this place called? Soft Bank. Bankers run the Soft Where's this banker? Software Bank. More graphically updated. Hmm. Boss Fat Boy Slim. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Thanks. Thank you for the follow. That's a tomb. That's not a bank. Whoops. Alright. Let's go fill up our water. And then we can go back to it. So we've got those. Oh, I thought I was on the I was on that post there.